in these short races. Who are you most impressed by so far? We've had a good couple of matches. You did a very good one in the ladies last night.
Yeah, I've been impressed with a lot of what I'm impressed with if we're talking specific about the ladies here, but in some respects to the seniors as well. But the seniors have been around a long time and experienced all sorts in the pool world. But what we love about the mini series is giving so much more exposure to so many more of the players. And let's not, you know, let's. I mean, trying to find the right way to say, I think Paul has let down the ladies' game for a long time, and we've seen an awful lot of the odd match here and there, you know, the final here and there, and that's just plain wrong, and that's being changed now with Ultimate Ball, and that's what I've loved, and we've got to see so many of the women series players playing. Yes, we've seen a lot of your likes of your Emma and your Amy's and your Harriets, but we've got to see so many different players, and that match last night between Holly Can and Vicky and Lomax was an absolute classic. It was absolutely fantastic, and the crowd, the atmosphere, the drama, 6 red shootout that went down to the wire, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it was a match where I was quite happy to be in the crowd and not in here, because you really do experience the atmosphere when you've got so many people watching. It really does change the dynamic of the game. And it, like you said before, I think we said it on Friday, the strength in depth in the ladies is something that most of the public just haven't seen, and it's inspired certain players to come back to the game. Kirsty Lee Davies springs to mind straight away, looked very confident
very good
yesterday. Yeah. You know, I think it was Sturridge, her name was Sturridge, was it? I think Studge, I think her nickname was. Put on a clinic of a performance, extremely attacking. We've not seen these people before, and it just shows what talent is out there at Ultimate Pool in the ladies section.
Yeah, the other thing we've seen is whenever we do get the odd game, you know, going years gone by, the ladies that are out there feel under pressure to play not their natural game, to put on a show, and that shouldn't be the way. And now they're getting more and more exposure, quite rightly. They're all getting more and more comfortable in this venue, in this arena, and they're all starting to be relaxed and play some really good stuff and really entertain us.
The name I was trying to get, it was UDG, was Sarah Trudgett, so apologies to Sarah, but a very impressive performance, a memorable performance, because we do that many games and some of them just stick out in your mind, and that was certainly one of them. As we watch, wow, just wow. That, well, look at Sean, he had his back to the table. He didn't want to move to distract Cameron, and he just thought it was over, obviously.
Yeah, and that's massive in this match, the context of it. Obviously, red still needs to be potted here. And it is. But that is a huge moment in this match.
We haven't seen, I can't think of many 8 balls missed like that all weekend. A real rarity. But it is Sean Eaton-Lees that takes the easiest of 8 balls and levels us up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Sean's happy, I suppose, to be 1-1. He had his back turned. He didn't think he was going to get a chance there, but he has taken it. And 1-1, it changes the dynamic of the match. 2 singles Bapto titles is a great couple of titles to have on the CV. Tough titles to win those. Golden Q 3-man winner and 3 times a County Tame A winner. Great CV.
Yeah, they are not easy titles to win. Anybody within the pool world will know. You don't get given Bapto singles titles. And just worth noting, when he had his back to the table, that's the respect that we've seen all weekend throughout the ladies and the seniors. And the reason he's done that is he just doesn't want to turn his body. He senses that Cameron's on the shot. And if he turns around, he knows he's going to be in Cameron's eye line and doesn't want to distract him. Great sign of respect. That was a superbly hit cut break, and very unfortunate not to make a ball. He's hit this with a lot of pace here, Simon.
Yeah, this is a very heavy pace for a cut break. You see the cue ball bouncing. That's the sort of pace where the cue ball has dangers of jumping off the table, but he's cued so nice and level that he's limited the bounce and he's kept it on the table. But unfortunately, that's where the good news stops, because he's come up dry. Sean has one problem on the table here. Big visit for me, this. I know it's You know, 1-1. We've still got 18 minutes left in the match, race to 4. And I'm not saying it's, you know, Cameron can't win if Sean clears up here, but this will be hammering home the point of the missed 8 ball in the previous frame if he does clear up.
Just having a look there, Simon. I'm happy we've stayed on this camera angle. I think the yellow that's on the braking line doesn't pass up into the top right. That's going to cause him a little bit of a problem. The one, he's obviously got 2 balls around the black spot. I think the one nearest to the cue ball does pass up. That will open a path for the other yellow into the bottom left-hand pocket.
Yeah, so for me, it's all about that one on the brake line. I'm with you.
Yeah, just the one problem to deal with. Well, that was just a miscue. Just look at this. This is just a complete and utter miscue. And what's caused that is the hand that he puts on the table, he had to put it just a little further back than he would have liked. And when you do that, you lose a little bit of control when delivering the cue. And it's just caused something we don't see very often, but every pool player has experienced.
Yeah, horrible feeling. Just looking through the scores and seeing there's a few more results coming in from this last 64 stage of the seniors. Andy Appleton has won 4-1 over Kev Farrelly. Darren Charles 4-2 over John O'Shea. And Mark Colfer 4-1 over Martin Hazel. Jason Twister's raced to a 3-0 lead over Kev McCallum as well. Jason looked very good yesterday. Could be a big danger for the title today.
The problem that Sean had in this break was this yellow, but it's not a problem for Cameron's red. And he's gone a little bit too far there with the cue ball. Would have liked that to stop another probably 6-8 inches short. Surprised by that from Cameron. Early signs say he started off so well, but since then we've had a couple of uncharacteristic errors.
Well, this is either the perfect recovery or he's just hampered. I think he's perfect here. Body language tells me he's perfect. He's down on the shot already. That was a very well executed shot.
Absolutely fine. Quite a long bridge hand, Cameron. Oh, he wasn't on it, Simon. Wow.
Yeah, he got down on it so calmly. I thought he was on it, but that camera angle just looked like he wasn't close and tried to turn it in with lots of side. He couldn't see the other red. So big error from Cameron. That's what happens in pool. The one error of coming back slightly too far then escalates into not being on your next ball.
Well, we don't try and keep count on players, but that's 3 so far in only 3 frames for Cameron. After starting so well with a clinical finish in the opening, things have just turned, and that could boost Sean Eaton-Lee's confidence if it's so needed. He's just stopped in his tracks slightly because he wants to get his bridge hand on the table comfortably. Doesn't want to be hampered by that 8 ball. So might be tempted by a soft screw here, just to make sure. There you go. It makes the pot slightly more difficult. A bit more of an acute angle, but he's certainly favourite for knocking this in and taking a lead. Wow. Just wow. I just can't believe what we're seeing here. We mentioned at the start that the pressure was going to ramp up, didn't we? And maybe we're just seeing signs of that from both players.
Yeah, there's no coming back when you're out there now. It's down to the straight knockout rather than the, I wouldn't say the comfort zone of the group games, but you always know you're going to play your next one. This is change. It's interesting actually going from group games to the knockouts as well. It just changes your sort of focus. This will feel like first round of a tournament for these guys, and that's always a edgy start for players. And Cameron gets away with one here, goes 2-1 in front.
Yeah, completely agree. I've never thought of it that way before, but yeah, it's a little bit like the first round of a tournament as we take a look at Cameron Tolley's Bale.
There is that challenger Series 3 title. World Masters, UK World Masters title as well. Multiple tournament wins throughout his career. 52 years old now.
Multiple local tournament winner as well. It feels like most weeks on social media, Cameron Tolley or Dylan have won a competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Just shows at 52. The seniors event proves it, doesn't it? It's over 50s. All these guys are still competing, and some of these guys are competing at the top level. I mean, Ronan McCarthy's just won the world title.
Absolutely.
It just shows us
53 years of age.
There's no age limit in the pool world. Powerful break, decent opportunity. You have to say, I think reds would be your fancy.
That cue ball has landed very awkward. Well, he's got a couple of options for reds, but none of them are what you would call easy or simple. Certainly hindered by the red. These are not easy. Off the yellow. I'm not sure he played it off the yellow intentionally, because the natural angle, if he potted it clean, would have just nudged that 8 ball, which would have been very beneficial to Sean there, but he has missed the pot and handed the table over to Cameron.
Yeah, I think I agree with you completely. A couple of loose shots to start the visit from Sean. Yellow still have their problems though. Two yellows in the bottom right hand corner. I think this is Cameron trying to get in amongst it, mess it up.
Yeah, and it's worth noting there, Cameron didn't try and get his object ball close to the pocket, because he would know what would happen if he did that. The loss of turn will be incoming immediately. Very little point in putting one of your balls right into a pocket at Ultimate Pool.
Well, bit of a disaster for Sean there, because the cue ball in hand is going to allow Cameron Tolley to use or develop or even play short position on his only bad ball on the table. Might even play up into the 8 ball here as well.
Well, you called the shot absolutely perfect, Simon. And I don't think Cameron would have ever anticipated missing that yellow, but somehow it stayed on the table.
Yeah, everything else in the shot came out perfectly for him. Just the ball didn't drop. Just heard that beat. We're going 15 seconds a shot now for the final 10 minutes. It's a race to 4 frames here, and one of these two players could get a spurt on and get to 4, but the match clock looks like it could play a part as well. Certainly worth keeping an eye on it.
I think what we saw last weekend, not last weekend, the last time we had hosted the mini-series was, yes, the match clock does play a part, but because the race is only to 4, I would say an awful high percentage of matches did finish. And I was like you, I was thinking, will the match clock play a part? But I think we'll see someone get to 4 here.
Yeah, we may well do. Sean just played a very poor safety shot. He played a loss of turn. I don't think he was ever even thinking about the combination shot. But that was going to leave a wide open chance for Cameron. But Cameron's missed another ball. That was the frame there. That was 3-1. It was a comfortable enough chance for a player of Cameron's level for 3-1 there. And that was a big moment. Once again, we've seen a few errors from Cameron that we weren't expecting.
You just get the feeling, Simon, that this match is kind of here for the taking by any of them. They just need to grab it, sort of try and get themselves going. Very, very easy to say and difficult to do, but...
Yeah, I actually agree with you, actually. One of these two players just suddenly steps on it and finds a couple of chances and finishes all of a sudden. Get a little bit of a bounce in the step. He could get away with this one quickly. Not sure that's great. Does he have an angle where he can screw down here? There's a gap between the 8 ball and the cushions, tiny.
Looks like he's going to have to go forwards to me, Simon. He is. This is going to be played at some pace.
Oh, what a shot.
Superb from Shawn Eaton-Lees.
That is phenomenal.
The shot of the match so far. But he's not followed it up well here, Simon. He's left a tricky 8 ball.
Yeah, I thought he was catching the yellow full in the face. He wasn't. He skimmed off it, but he's still on the 8 ball. It needs to be cued in. Yeah, and right across it. Beeps on the backswing. So disappointing for Shawn because the shot 2 previous was so good. I'll tell you how hard it is to cue the ball that well, to have it spin around the table with topspin like that. Brilliant bit of cueing.
He'll be very disappointed not to get the 4th frame on the board there after playing that superb last red. Penultimate red, sorry.
Time foul? Not quite. You heard the klaxon there. That was for the time foul, if you're wondering. But clearly hit the shot just in time. It is amazing how quick those beeps come in. You hear the beeps for the final 5 seconds, 15 seconds a shot. If you're not used to it out there, this is what we talk about all the time. If you're not used to it out there, they can really affect you.
Yeah, interestingly though, Simon, both players, well, sorry, Cameron still has an extension. So, you know, use it at the start of your break, map it out, and then just go for it. Would be the tactic.
Needs to play this shot well because, yes, it's easy to get on the yellow. He wants to get on the yellow straight enough to hold on the 8 ball.
That is very, very good.
Yeah, that's just a lovely shot, really is.
And he does make the counter clearance. Shawn Eaton-Lees will be feeling very disappointed because that man there is 3-1 up. He's just 1 away.
Yeah, and Shawn had an opportunity to win the frame. Missed 8 ball on the back of this brilliant shot to get this topspin round. Incredible. Best shot of the match by distance for me.
Absolutely. Superb bit of cueing. Not that I'll be thinking about that right now. Sat there.
Yeah, it's not the shot he's thinking about. He's thinking about the 8 ball, not the shot prior.
Still just about enough time in this match. Certainly to push it to a draw and take us to a 6 red. Might be a bit of a stretch to get 3 frames, but it is doable. Will he get the chances though? Again, we see that powerful cut break, Simon, but again, we see no balls potted.
Yeah, and some problems on the table here for Sean, but the important thing for him, he's at the table, because 2 frames in the time remaining is going to be a tall order. No golden breaks in play, remember, so it has to be full frames. It means you have to keep even closer eye on that match clock, down to inside the 5-minute mark.
Sanction called.
A couple more results on the outside arena. Andrew Cross has got a 4-0 victory over Darren Selvey, and Ollie Bale 4-0 over Darren McCarthy. Very quick this morning from Ollie.
That's a good result, that. The Dazzler looked in good nick yesterday, and Ollie's obviously had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Ronan McCarthy has just won 4-0 as well. So they were neck and neck, and it was, and they will now play each other. So we thought it might happen. Ollie Bale will take on Ronan McCarthy.
We need to have a word and get that one on the table, I think, Simon.
Who should we go and get stuck in?
Well, do you know who we need to speak to?
Could have a word.
Before we get to that, we have to find out the winner of this match. And Sean Eaton-Lees has everything against him at the moment. The scoreline and the match clock ticking down very quick. Not only does he need to take this game, he needs to leave himself enough time to win at least the next one. And he hasn't promoted that yellow to a potable position at the top right hand corner. A great effort, the execution not perfect, and Sean will feel like that might be it. He's only going to have time, you feel, for one more visit, and it looks like Cameron is lining up the loss of turn and trying to hide the cue ball behind the red. Has he left anything here for Sean to go at? A great attempt. He did play the shot in time. There was no time foul. It was a good effort, and he hasn't left too much for Cameron. So this is it. Clever shot by Cameron. He's moved that red to the bottom of the table and tied the yellow up. But Sean is just running out of time. He has to go for these. There's no other option. And that's okay. I think it's going to sneak in off the far jaw. Can he manoeuvre the cue ball down to the bottom of the table and dislodge that yellow?
Yeah, he needs to do whatever he's going to do quickly. Remember, he needs 2 finishes here. 1 minute 30 on the clock. You need 2 clearances.
That's not good. That's not good at all. He wanted to pull up at least 2 or 3 inches short there. There was nothing for long. So he's forced into playing another safety shot, and the match clock is really running down here. Golden breaks are not in play. So I think we may have seen the demise of Sean Eaton-Lees here, Simon. I think that's probably going to be enough for Cameron. He uses the full 15 seconds.
Yeah, as you'd say, not a huge amount of experience on the match clock in those sort of situations for Sean. Whatever you're going to do, you've got to do it quickly, and allow the match clock just to run down. And unfortunately, you can't do that, even if it's a 1 in 20 clearance. That's your chance to stay in the match.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron started us off, and we thought the standard was going to stay at that level. It wasn't to be that way, but what you can say, Cameron has controlled the match from start to finish, despite making a few unforced errors.
Whole match though hinges on that one shot from Sean Eaton-Lees, doesn't it? Missed 8 ball for 2-2. Has really hurt him. And it is Cameron Tolley that gets over the line via the match clock. 3 frames to 1. And he will go into the last 32 of the seniors event here in Daventry at the Ultimate Pool Mini Series. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up for the rest of the morning. Next up for us, it will be Vicky Lomax versus Kerry Griffiths. And as David Hine wanted to see, and I'm sure so many of you wanted to see, the 2 4-0 winners from this morning, Ollie Bale, will take on Ronan McCarthy in our 3rd match. And then our final match of the morning session will be from the ladies section of the draw. Join us again in a couple of minutes where we get the Women's Series knockout stages underway. Welcome back. Vicky Lomax is ready to go again. Last night, if you were with us, you would have seen some of the most entertaining drama from the women's series we've seen in a while. Vicky Lomax ending up coming through a 6-red shootout, and she's back out there to do it again, this time against Kerry Griffiths. This is the first stage of the knockout stages from the women's series. All the group games are done.
Absolute scenes in that match yesterday. That's the only two words that sum it up. Just brilliant entertainment. Kerry Griffiths put in a very mixed performance, you have to say. We saw her at the last mini-series, obviously, getting to the final against Emma Cunningham, and there was two very mixed performances then. Played very well in the semi-final, but wasn't at her best in the final. And when we saw her yesterday, I think it's fair to say she wasn't at her best then.
Yeah, one of those though, she probably knew she was already through. She won her first two matches, and when she played Sarah Trudgett yesterday, Sarah had to win to make the top two to get into the main event, whereas Kerry already knew she was in. So I'm not saying that it just can take an edge off. I'm not saying that's what happened, or you go into it and you take it lightly or anything like that. Sarah played really well and deserved the win, but that can happen out there.
Interesting matchup though this. I don't think...
Match of the round for me. It really is. Vicky's been... Well, up until the last 6 to 8 months, she's been really playing at a high level, and you're thinking big titles run away for her, but then she's come off the boil quite a bit.
Yeah, neither player would have been too pleased when they got up this morning and saw the draw, I'm sure. What I do like about Vicky is her demeanour around the table. Despite having the biggest crowd of the weekend yesterday, yes, she got a little bit flustered in the 6-red shootout, wouldn't we all? But she performed and dealt with the environment very, very well. Obviously very experienced. I'm sure we'll be taking a look at her bio at some point.
Yeah, you'd say that she did handle herself well, but she was 3-1 up and had an opportunity to win and didn't take it, and probably didn't put the best time in the 6-red shootout, but you feel almost got away with one, really. But for that experience, she'll be stronger.
The pressure on both of them players, herself and Holly Can, yesterday must have been incredible. It's a moment both of them won't forget for quite a long time. Is the cue ball going to stay on the table? The yellow has, and so has the cue ball. Not leaving Kerry Griffiths a nice opening pot though here. If she was to take one on, it will probably be the one into the centre pocket. It's a thin cut and a slightly bigger bag.
Big shot. Vicky got lucky there, but an excellent shot.
Needs that to pull up, Simon, and I don't think it has. So she's left herself another tough pot.
I think the middle one of the three goes at the top, and I think she's just about okay to swing it past the other one.
She just looked at the one she's closest to, I think.
Oh, okay. This is tricky. And she's just not got the cue ball yet.
Yeah, she's got a long, straightish pot up into the top left, but it is fraught with danger. Has to get this. Beautifully cued.
One more good shot, you feel, will get her into good position. It looks natural just to let this drift along the break line. Could do with not being on the cushion though.
Yeah, I think she's okay though. She can take the nearest one to us, the bottom red, as you would. Oh, what do I know? She's taking the other one. She must have a nice angle.
I don't think either are good angles.
Yeah, I just thought maybe she could push off the side cushion. The shot wasn't there. I'm surprised by that.
Big cueing shot left for Vicky Lomax then.
two big shots in this match so far. Kerry getting the first one, Vicky missing the second, and so it will be Kerry that has this opportunity to open up the scoring. Keeping things simple, not a surprise. Could have opted to bring that round off another cushion. Well, she looks reasonably straight on this red, so can push through and get close to the 8-ball, I was going to say. I think she could have got a little bit closer, but this is okay. Will know she'll leave the yellow if she misses though, so there's a touch of pressure on it.
Right in the heart of the pocket. Both players with a couple of chances in the opening frame, but it is Kerry Griffiths that gets the frame on the board and gets going. Good bit of queuing here, but the shots that followed it just put herself in a little bit of trouble. Interesting season for Kerry. Obviously made the final last time here at the mini-series. She did get off to a good start by winning the plate event in the first women's series, but she wouldn't have wanted to be in the plate event, so it's one that, how do you take it? She thinks that, you know, she absolutely is up there with some of the other top ladies. You know, she won a European title, been to the World Championship final, and for me, when you look at her record of 16th in the rankings, you could say that maybe that's a little bit below where you'd expect her to be. Likewise for Vicky Lomax, I said she's gone off the boil a little bit. She's down at 24th in the rankings, which certainly would not have expected at the start of the year.
No, I feel she's much better than that. Much, much better. Has she played every event, Simon?
Yes.
Ah. It just shows what a tough school it is out there.
Yeah, she keeps making it through the group stages, but going out early in the knockout stages of all the events.
You often feel that the first frame can set out how the match is going to pan out almost. The emotional shifts and the momentum sort of goes one way, especially if the first frame both players have chances, and so everything, you know, it'll make Kerry feel an awful lot better. We've seen a lot in the ladies' game. They win the first one and then it just propels them on a little bit.
Chance here as well. I mean, the break that Kerry just hit was poor, but came out really well. Oh, the fact you can see this one, I was just thinking she's in a slightly tricky spot, but that one makes a big difference. But she's come up way short, and sarcastic tap of the table for that as well. She somewhere near the middle of the table is where she wanted to be.
I think what she'll be looking for here, Simon, is she's going to play the back double, and the cue ball should be sort of aiming for the 8. If she cannons the 8, or just above it, she'll be on that yellow. May need a touch aside. Didn't get the double. Was she on that yellow? See, she played with a little bit of right hand side. It just come down the table a little bit further. Obviously, you risk snookering yourself behind the 8, but it was a good target ball. Either way, it's now irrelevant. Red's not laid out nicely though here for Vicky. So can she play this one down the rail and leave herself an angle to disturb her problem red? The 8-ball will be playing big here if she opts to play with a screw. It will depend on the angle, whether she's going to be heading towards that bottom left-hand pocket with the cue ball.
Don't think she likes it. extension to give herself a bit more thinking time here.
I think you're right, Simon, so much so she's going a different route, and you felt like she played that very quickly. Didn't set herself up for the shot as she usually does. So Kerry Griffiths then, as we approach the halfway point in this match, will have a chance for 2-0.
And it's there, 2-0 up for Kerry Griffiths. You get the sense that maybe it's been happening for a long time, well, pretty much all season long now for Vicky Lomax. That she keeps coming through the group stages in comfortable fashion and losing very early in the knockout stages. And it could be on the cards here again now that she's 2-0 down in this race to 4. And maybe that would be playing on her mind, although she looks pretty happy out there at the moment. Being part of the England team that won the World Team title and the European title. Twice she's been to big finals in the black ball world. You do sense with Vicky, she's a very talented ball player. She sort of almost feel that there's just one big title away from kind of breaking through and elevating herself to another level. I felt like that for a couple of years now, and it hasn't really happened for her, and maybe it's starting to go further and further away from it.
Yeah, I think like a lot of players, certainly on the ladies' side of things, it's how much time they're willing to dedicate on the table. The Ultimate Pool have given them more, well, I have to say, be honest here, Simon, more money to go at, as well as more exposure, to give them something to practice for. It's very difficult for a lot of these players. An awful lot of them still have full-time jobs and families.
Yeah, and you know, doing the job I do, working as a commentator and broadcaster, working with Ultimate Pool, I get to see behind the curtain a little bit more, and I know that the women's pool and the women's series is you know, a major thing for Ultimate Pool, a major driver, and they're going to be putting a lot more time, a lot more investment, a lot more energy into it. So it's great opportunities, and it's only going to get bigger out there for the women as well.
Brilliant shot there. Had very little angle, did Kerry. Powers it in. You have to be so precise when you play them shots. She's actually probably overdone it with the cue ball. Was she still okay? Well, a little bit of a pattern emerging in this match. One brilliant shot, followed by one surprising miss from both sides.
Yeah, just looking down the draw while they try and work this frame out, because it could be in for a little bit of mileage in it yet. We've now got a handful of the women's series games on. Sarah Trudgett and Kirsty Clungston are 1-1 early in their match. Sharon James has just gone 1-0 up over Mary Jo McCourt. All the other games in action, Jodie Holt and Morgan Peach, Amy Beecham and Rachel Davies, Sarah Waite and Mika Rooney are all just 0-0, just getting underway now. Plenty more matches. This is a last 32 round match, first round from the knockout stages. Of course, the plate event will also be getting underway this morning as well. Plenty to keep an eye on. Go and check out ultimatepool.tv if you want to check out all the scores. Plenty more on there as well. Seniors first round has gone a little bit deeper. A few more results to keep you up to date with. Andy Esgroves has got the win over Gary Simmons. And Jason Twist, 4-0 winner over Kev McCallum. He's looking very dangerous indeed. Cameron Tolley we saw win on the stream previously. He's going to be taking on Ian Duffy, who has beaten Steve Morris 4 frames to 1. the World Masters champion. Pat Ward's 2-2 with Dave Neary, Simon Rivers and Dave Corby a 3-3 deciding frame. The prize for the winner of that one will be Jason Twist. Another match that's 3-3. Andy Lucas and Surinder Singh are 3-3. Surinder was 3-1 up there. Andy has got it back to 3-3. They're in a deciding frame. Win for Andrew Cross, 4-0 over Darren Selvey. Stan Max got the win, 4-1 over Colin Rogan. Neil Thomas 4-2 over Chris Bowers. Steve Singh, who's been going very well, was very good form yesterday, 4-1 over David Sanford. And Steve Tedds has lost 4-0 to Partab Singh, and just now Paul Vant has won 4-0 over Paul Hurst. So plenty of results starting to come in.
Sounds like there's quite a few going the distance there. Yeah, we haven't seen, obviously we've seen Steve Singh Ultimate Pool a few times. We have had the pleasure of his company on commentary. A very, very nice bloke. And it'd be nice to see him go deep.
I think he won, I think he won his first 5 matches yesterday, 3-0. He was flying at one point.
Absolutely superb, that is. Put that in perspective, that's 15-0, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He was, I think it was, he lost 1 match, and they were the only 3 frames he lost in the group stages.
I mean, within pool, people obviously know Steve Singh, but he's never mentioned as a favourite. We haven't mentioned him, let's be honest.
It was great to have him actually in commentary yesterday. You get a sense of actually how deep he thinks into the game, how much work and energy and time, and how he feels like he is poised to start, going deeper and deeper in these events, and he absolutely could be a big danger.
If you'd like to know how much insight and effort and thought Steve Singh puts into pool, you only have to look at his case. Have you seen it? It looks like it should be carrying arms, pretty much. It is huge. I have never seen anything like it. It contains probably 8 boxes of all different paraphernalia. It is ridiculous.
You only need 1 queue out there though, don't you?
Well, I don't know. We're gonna maybe I'll question him when we have him back in the commentary box. But it really is something else.
Yeah. And next up for him, let's point out he is playing Neil Thomas, who got a 4-2 victory over Chris Bowers. So Steve versus Neil, and that'll be happening pretty shortly. I think next round of games.
Neil last night, late on, I was told this morning, was having a little practice against one of the referees, Jake, who we also heard from in the commentary box, and he had 7 break dishes in a row, which I know an awful lot of players can do, but it just shows he's feeling good out there, Neil.
If you ever get to the point where you think 7 break finishes on the trot is no big deal and fairly blasé, then maybe you're an unbelievable player, because that's ridiculous.
This is only because I spend so much time around the top players. Shane Thompson, 12. I mean, Aaron Davis told me once he had a practice session, didn't miss a ball for 2 hours. I just put my cue away, and so should you.
I have.
Oh, what's he done here? Is this going to reach? No. That will be a foul, and ball in hand.
Could be a big turning point here, because this should be fairly comfortable now for Vicky to get on the board. And that was a good chance for Kerry to make it 3-0. And no mistakes with the simple 3 balls. Vicky Lomax is on the board, and that could be a massive, massive turning point. Still plenty of time left in this match for Vicky to turn it around and get the win. And of course we know that she's capable of going out there. She has the experience of the 6-red shootout if it was to finish tied later on. So up and running, it's important for her, and Kerry could have broken the back of the match, and she hasn't managed to do so.
Yeah, only around 4 minutes left until we enter that 15-second shot clock stage, when things can change, and most likely will change very, very quickly. Both players don't look too stressed out about the situation, though, you have to be honest.
Yeah, they're both pretty relaxed about it out there, but are they masking the burning competitive instinct inside? Who knows? Update you with some of the scores. Sharon James has now gone 2-0 up on Mary Jo McCaw. Sharon had a disappointing group stages. She did get through to the main event, but only just. She lost 2 of her 3 matches, so you have to say fairly fortunate to get through to the main event. But a phenomenal player, a player that's made 3 world finals. She's been in a women's series final this year, so a surprising performance yesterday and the day before, but 2-0 up here. Could well be turning it around in the knockout stages. Amy Beecham, one of the big favourites for the tournament, 4 times world champion. She's lost the opening frame to Rachel Davies. Keep an eye on that one. I certainly will be. I picked her on Ultimate Pool Extra this week.
Taking that dip in the ocean very seriously, Simon.
Yeah, if I go quiet on comms for a while, it's because I'm keeping a close eye on a couple of things. I've got Andy Lucas in the seniors event, and he's currently 3-3 over Surinder Singh, and they've been in a deciding frame for a while.
Are we going to be getting the winner of maybe the seniors or the ladies on the next episode of Ultimate Pool Extra, do you think?
Have to see how things play out. Obviously some big tournaments going on at the moment. Got the pairs deep in the back end, and if you haven't seen the pairs, very entertaining. We are deep into the second stage. Second group of the 4 second stage matches comes up on Monday night. Chris Day, who's here this weekend, cheering on his wife. He'll be the favourite for it with Sean Story, but you can't really have big favourites in those tournaments. It's going to be a tough one to call.
Yeah, 20-minute matches and first to 4s. Very difficult to call when you have that calibre of player.
Okay, I'm going to try and remain very impartial and not sound disappointed, but Surinder Singh has just beaten Andy Lucas 4 frames to 3, so I'm getting closer to the dip in the ocean.
What a result that is.
Yeah, I spoke to Andy earlier on this week. He's been playing just brilliant pool lately. He's a phenomenal player, multiple-time world champion, and he's been playing lots and lots of pool and playing very well. But not happened for him this weekend, but he'll come again. He is playing in the Challenger Series in a couple of weeks' time.
Congratulations, Surinder Singh. And more to the point, far more chance of seeing Simon in the Blackpool Sea. This Sunday has started off very well indeed.
Yeah, not for me.
Personally, I'm just hoping you're not a speedo man, Simon.
Yeah, no, certainly not. Oh, Vicky.
Has she come back far enough? No, I would say no. This will need a touch of swerve. Don't think she'll be tempted to play it off a cushion because she'll be losing the cue ball. Almost certain to snooker herself on the 8. So it's going to have to be the swerve. Just using her extension. Probably thinking very similar to what I've just said. Not easy this because the yellow's not right over the pocket. Well, she is going off the cushion. That looked almost certain to go hide behind that red if she got the correct angle to pot the yellow for me, Simon.
She may have been thinking that she could cannon the red full in the face if she'd made it, and that would have kept her on the 8 ball, but it was a very high tariff shot. And the disappointing thing for Vicky is the shot before it was not difficult to get on that yellow, and that will be hugely frustrating for her because what an opportunity for 2-2 that was.
Not sad. There's big pressure on this opening red. She has been very fortunate, has she?
No.
No. It just looked for a moment like she was going to get cover.
Certainly did. Thought she was going to get away with that one on 2 ends. I thought she might sneak behind the red at the bottom and get the red in front of the yellow, but this is on for Vicky.
Now this time, she either plays this very soft. Yeah, that was the problem I was about to say. She either plays it very soft to avoid the kiss on the red, or she plays it harder and plays a full ball kiss off one cushion into it. And I think she's played right in the middle of them 2 options. And because of that, she's now here.
Oh, she's having a very good look. Her reaction straight away, she was right behind the line of the shot, tells me this isn't even close. But the fact that she's... Oh, she can maybe see enough to play it off the red. Oh, that was so close. Had to bend it one way and then try and make the 8 ball go off the red the other way.
Fantastic effort. Now into the 15 seconds. And Vicky has already taken her extension and she's in a snooker. It's not where you want to be when you're trailing in a match. Yeah, the middle pocket was in the way for the natural angle, needed a touch more run inside in order to hit the 8. No attempt at the double there. Happy to contain things. It's risky. There's still 8 minutes remaining on that match clock, and she only has a 1 frame lead. Giving your opponent a chance to hit at the 8 has its risk, but this time it's paid off for Kerry Griffiths. Wow.
A bonkers shot that one. I think she got all but 1 red in motion there. I thought she was going to get every ball on the table moving apart from the 8 ball.
Just having a look at this lead. Kerry still in no rush here. Wow. What has she done there?
Oh, that's a huge error. Massive shot coming up now for Vicky Lomax.
Superb. Absolutely superb. She has levelled up with 7 minutes and 51 seconds remaining in this match. It is parity after 4.
Yeah, and that doesn't really tell the full story of that frame. Vicky Lomax should have won it, not once, but twice. Kerry Griffiths then should have won it multiple times. She didn't. And Vicky has got away with one. That's how it will feel. She'll certainly be the more positive of the 2 players out there now that it's 2-2. And depending on the way the frame plays out, 7 minutes left on the clock. Obviously, plenty of time. We've seen that with Ultimate Pool for multiple frames, but if they're clearances. But if we have another frame like the one we just had, the next frame could be huge. So the match clock could come into play if we have a 4 or 5 minute frame coming up now. So the winner of the next frame will have a huge advantage.
Yeah, I completely agree, Simon. This is definitely the biggest frame of the match so far. And these 2 were laughing and joking only 6 or 7 minutes ago. What facial expressions have changed a little bit. Kerry, interestingly, with her head down. Looks like she's meditating almost.
Well, our first non-golden break of the weekend. Don't get excited. No golden breaks in play.
And because she has potted a yellow, as well as the 8, she will stay at the table. There you can see the yellow and the 8 ball.
We don't see the golden break in play for Women's Series, Pro Series, Challenger Series matches. It's for certain TV matches. But I did have a few of the women say to me this week they'd love to play one tournament with a golden break because they never get to play in a tournament with it.
Absolutely, should be in every single one. Just going to put my opinion out there. Every single tournament should have it.
Time and a place for me. Time and a place. It is the first time we've seen it this weekend with the 8 ball going in off the break. All that happens, for those that aren't aware, if you make a ball, you get to retain control of the table. The 8 ball comes back up, gets put on the spot. The 8 ball does not count as making a ball, so no reds or yellows go down. It counts as a dry break, which is I guess a talking point, but I'm okay with that.
I think, Simon, that, I asked if we could have a word and get Ollie Bale versus Ronan on the stream, and you managed to do that pretty quickly. So why can't we have golden breaks?
I don't have that much say in it. I was told that's when the match that was coming on. First result has just happened from the women's series this morning, last 32 stage, Sharon James has run through for a 4-0 victory over Mary Jo McCourt. She'll play the winner of Kirsty Clunston and Sarah Trudgett, currently 2-1 to Kirsty in that match.
Just about keeps the cue ball on the table after the loss of turn. That's a good shot. And wouldn't you just know it, in the biggest frame of the match so far, the balls end up like this. There is some mileage to go. Could we possibly looking at a 6-red shootout?
It definitely has that feel for me. But this is the whole reason why it's so important for us to get to see so much more of the women's series, is the fact that they're all getting more and more experienced in these situations, and now it comes down to there's more to this than just trying to win a frame of ball. It's clock management, it's shot clock management, it's the match clock, it's understanding the tactical decisions to make with that on the line as well.
Absolutely, they're just going to get better and better. I'm not sure that Vicky wanted that red to drop. I think she'd have been happy for it to stay on the table. She now has a significant ball disadvantage and is probably looking to go game, but these are not easy. Yeah, and I think that's the right decision. Yes, she lets her opponent back at the table, but the yellows are just as awkward as the reds. And you just don't want to give away a frame of this magnitude. Just unfortunate here that she has got an angle to play the red in the middle of the table, but it would open up Kerry's yellows. It's a little bit cat and mouse right now. Neither player wants to go, and they're trying to tempt the other player into taking on the finish. But both of these players are very, very experienced, and that's the reason that you feel a 6-red shootout could be a very strong possibility.
Yeah, and this is why we talk about that clock management. At some point, one of these two players will feel they need to have a dip at the finish, and you can do it in such a way where you possibly don't leave enough time for the counter. It certainly isn't the case here. If Kerry wants to go, she'll leave plenty of time left. It looks like she does want to go, but big problem there.
Is she going to be tempted here? If she's tempted to go for the finish, she's going to have to double this yellow that she's closest to, you feel. It's not going to be easy to get into it. Just trying to work out the time, Simon. She's going to have... Vicky will probably have just under 2 minutes if Kerry fails to take these out.
I think she's got a loss of turn at the bottom here. I think she could play the loss of turn, and she had time. Play the yellow onto the red. You could have used the 2 yellows in the middle of the table and the 8 ball to block the 2 reds at the top of the table. Next time you come to the table, you've got a wide open chance. Opportunity missed there for me. And she's put herself...
Cue ball. She can count herself quite lucky. She could have counted herself very unlucky to go in off, I suppose, but... And just a hit, that was.
Well, Vicky Lomax, you've got 2 minutes to pop 4 balls. I don't mind the choice of Kerry going there, but I think she's misjudged the run to the line. She could have waited maybe two or 3 more visits.
Completely agree. She has mismanaged the match clock, and it could end up costing her greatly. Very, very difficult out there. Not only are you expected to play this game, which isn't as easy as these ladies make it look, you've also got the extra dynamic of a shot clock and a match clock to think about.
Yeah, and this 8 ball needs to be potted, not right behind it, pressure on it. And again, the clock, 1 minute 20. There will be time if she misses it for Kerry.
And you find that is the case when you choose to opt to play a shot with safety in mind. You end up missing the pot, don't you?
Yeah, I think she might have got a big kick there, you know. Just going by reaction of the balls, I think that was a big kick. But anyway, it won't matter now if Kerry knocks this in. She'll go... Oh, that was so close. And it is going to be Vicky that gets one in front, and she's clever enough to let the clock run down.
Yeah, thinking a bit more clearly than her opposition. Using the full 15 seconds, only leaving, I think, 37 seconds remaining for a counter clearance, which is very unlikely indeed. Just have a look at this black again, Simon.
I just thought the reaction of the balls and then her reaction, just got that sense it was a poor contact. But I mean, it wasn't a positive strike. She didn't cue through the ball particularly well. So
it could have been that if she played it as a stun shot, that, you know, centre ball at a reasonable pace, the in-off may have been in the back of her mind. But she gestured. When you see the cue go off to the side in the air, that's not anger. Well, I suppose it is a little bit, but certainly...
Yeah, my first thought was the reaction of the balls, and then I looked at her reaction. I thought it sort of confirmed how I was feeling. But you have to say it was almost it wasn't a positive, aggressive through the ball. You can play shots slowly and still cue through the ball well. She didn't cue that one very well at all.
No, it was sort of a deceleration, and a gesture afterwards insinuated a kick. We will never know. I'm sure we will find out.
Well, I was going to say, Kerry Griffiths, you've got 37 seconds to do something about it. You haven't, because Vicky Lomax is at the table following that dry break.
Extension called.
It's been a fascinating encounter between these two players, but it's Vicky Lomax who comes out victorious. Up next, we have the match of the weekend so far, a race to 4 between the ever-entertaining Ollie the Nuisance Bale against the man in form who just doesn't seem to be able to find a loss, Ronan McCarthy. It's coming up next.
I'm down in the arena with Vicky Lomax, who has just won our previous match. Congratulations, Vicky. That was very entertaining to watch. What was it like to be a part of?
Yeah, it was entertaining to play in. It wasn't the best standard from myself nor Griff, but it was entertaining. It was great fun out here, great to play in.
I was saying on comms, and I was just saying to you before we came down here, that I feel like you've had a season where you keep going through the group stages really well. You did that this weekend as well, but falling at the first hurdle or early in the knockout stages, has it been a frustrating season? And with that in mind, does it feel like you not necessarily got away with one there, but that's what you kind of needed to get a run going?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think I've been past the last 32 yet. I think this is the furthest I've been. I don't know, maybe just a bit of pressure, like I was saying before. Get to Sunday, it's been a long weekend, and some of these girls have clearly got better stamina than me. But yeah, I have got away with that really. So yeah, hopefully I can just push on now, get a little bit further.
Did you think there was a chance of another six-red shootout there? That was a bit of clock management required, and
yeah, I was sweating. Didn't want to do that again.
Tell me about that six-red shootout though, because there was a massive crowd here for it as well. Everybody was invested in it and it was enjoying it. What was that like to be a part of?
It was unreal, honestly. The atmosphere, and you might not be able to see it on the screen, but in the arena it was brilliant. And there's a few pictures on, go and check them out on Ultimate Pool. You can see how electrifying the atmosphere was, and yeah, again, wasn't the greatest times by any means, but it was fun. There was drama, and fair play to Holly for her part in that. Again, another thing I massively got away with there. She should have beat me there, but that's why we have these formats to make it exciting.
Can you put it into words? I mean, we talk about it all the time, how tough it is to do a six-red shootout, but what we're seeing is more and more people experiencing it for the first time. That was your first taste of a six-red shootout in a competitive match. I mean, how nervous is that compared to other events? You played international pool, one-frame pool, which is high pressure. You played in big finals. How does that compare?
It's just totally different. Like I said, it's alien to you. You're trying to chalk your cue, and then I think if I threw my chalk, I was like, why am I chalking my cue? And then you're like, I should run, but then you don't want to run because you want to keep calm. So you need a good break. If you get a good break on the shootout, you're away. If it's a bit tight, then you start panicking a bit. But it's brilliant. It's great to play in, and it's great for the fans.
Do you feel that? Obviously, you're now into the last 16. Do you feel the fact that you've had that six-red shootout in the group stages? If you're to go on and win this title, you might potentially have another six-red shootout along the way, and the fact that you've had one might help you into the next one.
I think it definitely gives you an advantage, especially if it's somebody that's never done one before, because again, you don't know where to break from. Should you tap the break? I mean, if you've watched it, then men generally tap it and just get the balls close so you're not moving. But again, it's just if you've never done it before, I'd suggest go to the club, go and have a practice and see what time you can knock in.
Yeah, and then come and do it in a big arena with 100 people watching you, and it's all going out on live stream. It's a tough place to do it. Now that you've won today's match, you're up and running in the knockout stages. Do you allow yourself to think maybe this is a chance for you to get back deep into a tournament? Because it's been a little while since we've seen you in the deep end, and you were knocking on the door pretty hard, and it's almost like you've had a bit of a down few months.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say I've maybe underachieved. That's not me being big-headed, but I'm expecting to get to last 16s and quarters. That's my aim for the tournament. So it's been a shame I've not got there. Hopefully now, like I said, I've kind of got that. Not getting to the last 16 out of the way now, and I can push on hopefully.
Yeah, and you'll be back on pretty soon, so I better let you go and get yourself ready for your next match. Congratulations on that, and thank you for the entertainment over the last couple of matches.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to our next match, and it's a big one from the seniors series. Oh, a warm welcome back to Daventry for the Ultimate Pool mini-series. We are just about ready for our next match of the morning session, and it's a big one. We got Ollie, Bale taking on Ronan McCarthy. We've already seen a couple of really good matches. Cameron Tolley coming through 3 frames to 1 over Sean Eaton Lees. Vicky Lomax then in a dramatic finish, 3-2 over Kerry Griffiths. And we will have one more match following this, and it will be from the ladies section. We do not know what the match will be just yet.
Definitely the pick of the last 32 this Simon, as we watch Ronan get us underway with a perfect break.
How about that?
That was just... If you could teach someone how to break, this is how to do it. Keep things simple. Cue ball would have parked itself in the middle of the table. It's found its way back there anyway. Hard to call a favourite in this match. Obviously, we etch towards Ronan. But
well, I don't know how you can't have Ronan as the favourite. You know, he can't lose at the moment.
Very true. But the format's just so small, so short.
Yeah, that's the point. I get it completely.
And Ollie more than capable. Can he push through here, Simon? Play the one on the bottom cushion to the bottom left-hand pocket. Is there room?
Yeah, it's interesting watching Ronan. First 2 shots, red off yellow just to get it open, and then the plant off the yellow over the bottom. It's the 2, I wouldn't say they were problem areas, but they're just dealing with the slight issues first and then mapping out a finish. It's the way you do it.
Absolutely. And I think this will squeeze. Cushion red pocket. Just watch where that red goes, though. Wow, he managed to miss the red. It just didn't look on, did it? And that will do nicely for the world champ. Contemplating the plan. Could just come out off one cushion and play on to his last red. Just how he sees it. I think he'll take the latter option. No, he won't. He's not comfortable with it. He's gone back to play in position. He's really not comfortable here. What he's worried about, Simon, is the cue ball, or possibly when he plays the plant where the first ball will leave. So that wasn't as played. He was trying to come around the back of the 8, but the luck of the Irish has continued.
Yeah, he'll take it.
As it has done for the last 2 months or so. I mean, it did all start here, didn't it? This is where the first victory came by way of 6 red shootout. And from that moment on against Keith Brewer, he has won absolutely everything he has entered. Only failing to qualify out of the pairs was...
Well, if you haven't been watching Ultimate Pool or following the pool, then you won't. Maybe let me update you what he's done, and the CV here will absolutely back up what I'm saying. Since winning the mini-series here 2 months ago, which turned around his form because he was really struggling at that point, losing a lot of early matches, he has won the World Championships, he has won the World Masters, both over in Ireland. Then he came back and he won his first professional title with Ultimate Pool in the Players' Championship. He then went to Northern Ireland and won a seniors title there, and he's back here. But in and amongst that, he also won the World Team Shootout with Northern Ireland. He made the final of the World Team Championships with Northern Ireland. He made the semi-finals of the World Doubles with Declan Brennan. And he also made it through to the second stage of the pairs, coming up short with Declan in a 6 red shootout, and then got through the first round of the Masters. That's the run he's been on. Has not lost an individual game for 2 months.
That is phenomenal. There's no other word for it. That is unheard of, probably by any player in the history of pool. I'd love to go back and find out what is the longest winning streak in individual tournaments for a player. That is just something else, Simon.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is how many matches on the trot has he won, and it's not a flawless as in he's won every game, because the first match he played as world champion he lost 6-0 to Christophe Lambert in the Players' Championship, but it was a group format and he was good enough to come back through that group and make it into the next day of the competition and then went on to win it. So it's not a completely clean won every single match, but he has won every single tournament that he has played in.
Bet against him at your own peril. Ollie, however, is at the table, trying to even things up early on. 30-minute matches, the last 10 of which will be at 15 seconds. Don't think we'll see many matches in the seniors go the full distance. Time will tell. It did happen in the final, obviously, of the last mini-series.
Yeah, certainly did. Famous 6 red shootout to get Ronan going. Big visit to the table this for Ollie though, isn't it? You know that Ronan's going to play a level. We've just seen him with a break clearance in the opening frame. Just looking at the scores while Ollie maps out his finish here. Looks like he's in great shape to do so. And good news for Lee Kendall, one of the England legends. He has won 4 frames to 1. He won the plate event last time out here. He's in the main event this time. He'll take on Rob Holt in the last 32. And the winner of the match between Lee Kendall and Rob Holt will play the winner of this match. So a tough, tricky section of the draw for sure.
Stacked. Ollie, as we've seen often with him, he doesn't mind zipping that cue ball around the table. That red's just going to cause him a little problem. But it hasn't had any effect on the result, as the bullet, or the nuisance as I call him, levels things up. That man there, he may look sweet and innocent, he is a nuisance. He's always up to no good.
He is. Great character off the table, he really is. From the southwest, hometown of Bridgewater, and currently based in Yeovil. He's got a club in Yeovil. But former European champion.
I think he's just nipped out the arena for a couple of minutes. I know we've talked about it a few times, but if you, in the break of Ultimate Pool coverage, I highly recommend trying to find some one-handed footage of Ollie Bale. He is by far the best one-handed player in the world.
Well, there's a challenge has been set, actually. Challenge has been set. Chris Day thinks he can match him on the one-handed front, so maybe a challenge match coming.
Brilliant. I wonder who will be presenting. No idea. I want to see that.
It would be very entertaining.
I know Mr. Bale has done 7 in a row one-handed, or was it 5 or 7? I think he's done. That's what he claims to have done, and it was covered on video.
Yeah, I've seen him in full exhibition mode do a bunch on the trot.
I mean, most of us can play when you can put the cue on the side of the table, but when you're holding the cue like a dart, it adds a whole different dimension. Anyway, we digress a little bit. He's back in the arena and the action is continuing, and the nuisance is back at the table.
Good layout for him here. Not ideal. Okay, he's got the one to the left centre, but he wanted to clear the one on the break line. It doesn't go top right, it does go top left. And it's not a great connection to that area of the table again, which is why he's taking on this much trickier pot, because he knows he wants to get it out the way. And that'll be a disappointment for him. He felt that was a big pocket. If he slides by the red, the yellow makes it a big pocket, but catching the red causes the damage.
Yeah, first unforced error from Ollie. And straight away, Ronan dealing with his only problem on the yellows. Bridge hand has to be placed very precisely here. It's not a problem. And this is where he's at his best, Ronan. Plays at the same pace. Now, obviously, these are quite simple for a man of his calibre, but he takes his time and he never ever gets the wrong order. Slightly, that said, he's just slightly out of position here. Gonna have to come down the table, past the 8 ball, and probably play the one over the left centre next. And where he's landed the cue ball gives him choice here. Couldn't have placed it more perfect. Tight cue ball will help you make this game look very easy, and that man there is the master of it. He leads by 2 frames to 1. Long way to go, obviously, in this mini-series. This is only our last 32 match. So both players will be hoping we've got at least another 4 after this one in order to make the final, which will be later on tonight. Plenty of power through the pack. And park the cue ball perfectly. That was an exceptional break. He will not be happy as he sits down in his seat. Consider himself very unfortunate not to make a ball. The magnitude of it when it's only a race to 4. He could have played his last shot. Wiped your feet before you come in. Used all of the pocket there, Ronan.
Yeah, and also, has he knocked the 8 ball into an awkward position, but I think it still goes through the gap, so he's actually still okay here.
Yeah, I would definitely say that one passes. Certainly wasn't what you would call clean. Slight problem with the yellow on the right hand side of the table as we just take a look at this. Hit it very hard, just trying to disturb the 8 and the yellow. I can't believe that's gone in now. I saw where it hit on the pocket. It certainly thought about staying out. But in it goes and the break continues. Has Ronan left himself a double? This will break the back of this finish, he will feel. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Looks good. Looks very good. And how are you feeling now if you're Ollie? Hit a perfect break, don't get a ball. and that could be it. It really could.
You do, but you also feel that sometimes you have to put it on yourself, and the chance he had off Ronan's break in the previous frame was every bit as good, if not a fair bit better than the one that Ronan's had here, and he wasn't able to make it. Goes 2-1 down instead of 2-1 up, and then this happens off the next break, and those are the fine margins when you have two good players out there.
Ollie in the background, he'll surely be sat there just thinking these should have been mine. But it wasn't to be. And Ronan, in another expertly played finish, has got a commanding lead. 3 frames to 1. He's just 1 away now.
Yeah, it just keeps rolling on, doesn't he? Let's update you with some of the scores going on. Pete Williams is 3-3 with Will Dodge. Lee Ross is taking on Martin Wood. Sorry, Lee Ross has beaten Martin Wood 4 frames to 3. Trevor Clark has beaten Jason Ford 4 frames to 3. Neil Davey has won 4-0 over Kip Lenore. Dylan Leary's had a walkover win over Alan Mitchell. Unfortunately, he had to leave for family reasons. Marvin Nestor 4-2 victory over Steve Wall. Good win there. And then to the bottom section of the draw that we've already talked about. Ollie Bale and Ray McCarthy, winner of this match, will take on the winner of Rob Holt and Lee Kendall, who both won over John Hardcastle and Stephen Heenan respectively.
Can he close out this match at this visit? Interestingly, breaking from just behind the breaking line, not right on it, but another expertly hit break. But this time, Ollie is going to get an opportunity. The breaking in this match from both players has been superb. Tricky table, tricky layout though here. Opting for yellows. And I don't think he's landing on anything very nicely here. There's nothing too appetising. Would love to have been on one of these yellows at the top end of the table and towards the breaking area, because that's where his problems lie.
Oh, this frame's got some mileage, hasn't it?
Well, both players have an awful lot of problems. You'd say yellows probably are favourite, but only just. The one thing in Ollie's favour is the match clock has plenty of time left on it. But it's not advised to get into tactical battles with Ronan. You usually do come out second best.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you can't be helped. While they're playing this tactical battle, let's have a look and see if there's any more results from the ladies section. Just seen that Ashley Dinsmore's just won 4-0 over Ilda Machado. Amy Beecham has won 4-1 over Rachel Davies. She'll play the winner of the Jodie Holt-Morgan Peach match, currently 3-1 to Jodie Holt. Mika Rooney's 2-1 up over Sarah Waite. I do know at the top of the draw, Kirsty Clungston and Sharon James will do battle. 4-2 win for Kirsty over Sarah Trudgett, and 4-0 for Sharon over Mary Jo McCaw. Danielle Randall and Nikki Comrie are 2-2. Emma Cunningham is losing 2-1 to Lynn Pinches. Harriet Haynes and Jane Mitchell are in a deciding frame, 3-3. Keep an eye on that one. Jodie Allen 2-1 up over Lisa Fitter. Kirsty Lee Davis continues her fine form of the weekend. The former world champion, 4-0 victory over Terry Pugh. Match is flying along in the ladies section. We'll keep an eye on that Harriet Haynes Jane Mitchell match, deciding frame. Harriet, one of the big favourites for this tournament, for every tournament she enters, and also Emma Cunningham losing to Lynn Pinches. You'd say arguably the two biggest favourites for the tournament are potentially in trouble here in the first round.
Yeah, Kirsty Lee Davies is flying at the minute. She was impressive yesterday. And I've tipped Emma. I still stand by Emma as the person to beat, the lady to beat this weekend. But I was very impressed by Kirsty Lee Davies yesterday. And she's followed it up in her opening match today in the last 32 with that 4-0 win. Fantastic stuff. Harriet, however, being pushed all the way. 3-all. I bet that's a nervy encounter on the outer tables.
Yeah, Kirsty's going to play the winner of Lucy Smith and Selena Markovic. Currently 2-0 to Lucy Smith. Cunningham has just made it 2-2 in her match with Lynn Pinches. All the scores are on Ultimate Pool TV. And check them all out. There is now 4 tournaments running, essentially. 2 main events, one from the seniors, one from the women's series, and then 2 plate events as well. We're going to be focusing on the 2 main events throughout the rest of the day, but we will dip in and out and keep you updated with the plate event when it gets towards the back end.
Pace, pace. It's going to be short. That is a very rare error from the Masters and World Champ. Not judging the pace of the table and giving Ollie ball in hand, which is just what he needs. Certainly not easy, but we do know how attacking Ollie is. I'm surprised where he's put the cue ball here. Yeah, that's exactly where I thought he was going to put it. And play a plant down to this yellow over the bottom left. And this kind of opens up the table for him. That's okay. Where's it going to land? That's okay also, I think.
You could see there on the overhead the reason he was sort of second guessing himself, because that ball was on the side of the pocket and it was tight for him to get the angle he wanted to get onto this ball. So that's why he's just taken a few extra seconds, but oh, what a miss.
A lot of pressure on that yellow. He'll be very disappointed with that. That was his chance to get back into this match.
Just a safety shot, I think. Didn't get the cannon he wanted.
But a very good safety shot it is. Has left the opportunity for Ollie to get a snooker back though. You can see where he's looking. After playing this shot, if he doesn't get this as planned, he may leave Ronan a tough pot up into the top right. And that's exactly what he's left. But the good news is, I feel he may have tied the 8-ball up a little bit here. There you have it. That 8-ball doesn't pass into either of the bottom pockets or either of the middle. So he's going to need a nudge by either player.
Next match on table 13, Megan Proctor, Joe Hobday. Megan Proctor, Joe Hobday, table 13.
Slightly misjudging the pace again. So one good pot for Ollie Bale here. 15-second shot clock is looming, Simon.
Does he have to go? I mean, he could play safe off this one. He might be able to play it in a sort of two-way shot as well. Well, great pot, and now he can go.
Can he see enough of this one? Just by the 8 to pot it into the left corner. He doesn't feel so. There's a question mark over whether that yellow actually does go. It's virtually touching the 8-ball. Yeah, that's a good shot. He's still thinking clearly out there.
It is, but there's a good chance here for Ronan to If he goes at the top of the table to keep it safe. Full reward though for Ollie Bale for his sensible choice of shot.
He was looking at one stage like Ronan was going to put up clinic on in this match, but Ollie Bale is going to have more than enough time to win the remaining 2 once he clears up these, which I'm sure he will. Showed a little patience there, but it paid off in the end. He's now just 1 behind. 3 frames to 2.
Yeah, fascinating tactical battle there. Ollie's done well to stay in there with Ronan, and he is keeping himself in the match. Let's keep our eyes on the other scores. We'll dip back in on the women's series. Harriet Haynes and Jane Mitchell still all square at 3-all. They are in a prolonged tactical battle in the deciding frame. Nikki Comrie has gone 3-2 up over Danielle Randall. Emma Cunningham, as I mentioned, has got a frame back to 2 now. Jodie Holt still 3-1 up over Morgan Peach. She'll play Amy Beecham, who's already won. Mika Rooney 2-1 up over Sarah Waite. Lucy Smith now 3-0 up over Selena Markovic. Alicia Dodd 2-1 over Maddie Wilkinson. Mary Cunningham 3-1 up over Frankie Rogers. And Leanne Pearce 2-0 up over Fran Colbert. Leanne or Fran will play Vicky Lomax in the last 16. Shows the strength and depth for me. Some of the big favourites for the tournament under pressure out there in the first round.
Sorry to digress and back to the action, Simon, but that was a perfect break. Just look at this. That is perfect. There's no other word for it. White ball didn't even threaten a cushion.
And full reward for that quality of break. Or did he need the cannon? I'm not sure he needed it.
I think he did actually, Simon, yeah. And he's okay here. He's just got awkward cueing. But I don't feel this will be a problem for Ollie.
Key shot though for me, because for me you leave the yellow at the bottom half of the table, so you want to get this one up. He's going to have to play the one at the bottom half to get up to the top half. I would have wanted to leave this here. If he played that shot firmer and got that cue ball in the top half, it might have helped him.
Yeah, the shot clock's certainly playing a part here, but I kind of think it favours players like Ollie sometimes. He's not afraid of playing quickly, and I feel certainly he plays better when he plays fast. Here we go. No chance to think about other options. Just imperative he leaves a good angle on his last colour.
Yeah, that red below the yellow to the right centre just becomes a bit of a blocker. It could easily leave himself a little hampered onto the 8 ball.
Yeah, and he obviously felt the same as you, so he's opted to play on it down into the bottom corner. This is it's a nice angle. It's a tough pot, and he's missed it. I feel that's just pressure, Simon. Just pressure. The magnitude of the situation.
Yeah, match clock has the shot clock hurt him. I do think he made a mistake not leaving that yellow near the 8 ball. He had the angle to go up the table, didn't take it, but easy enough to say here, 15 seconds a shot. You know, he had to run around and actually hit the ball because he was still working out his options. So Ronan is going to have an opportunity now to win this match. Also, while Ronan tries, well, he's going to play the loss of turn shot here. Oh, just the safety actually. I was wondering, because I was thinking, is he going to play the loss of turn? Because it's not easy to guarantee snookering on the 8 ball, but clever to go for the snooker. But Ollie's got the capability of making this.
Yeah, it's dangerous leaving someone like Ollie Bale. He relishes chances like this, but it's not going to happen this time. Has to be said though, he's had his chance in this match. Came down to that one yellow. That cost him. We could have been looking at 3-all. As it stands, it looks like the mini-series champion is going to continue his run in defending his title. This is a little bit thinner than it looks on our screens. How comfortable is it? There you go. It was thinner, Simon, and he was worried about the cue ball. That's why he's missed the shot. Fortunately for Ronan, I say fortunately here because he's going to come back to the table. He's not going to be happy though, because he's going to be snookered behind the yellow. Is he? That is a big error. Great camera shot. Where's this red going? Where's it going? Well, Ronan being a bit clever there. That's a clever shot. He's done that on purpose, screwing the cue ball back to leave Ollie no chance of a pot. And this has got very, very tentative.
Yeah, what do you do here if you're Ronan? Do you go full-blooded now? Do you play a big double? Do you try and be clever?
You'd play the treble if it was on, but it's not. I think he's going to...
Well, he's tried to play safe, but what he's thinking there is even if he does leave the yellow on, which he has, I guess he's thinking if he gets it right on the cushion, maybe he doesn't. But he's so thin on this yellow, you can't hold for the 8-ball, so the cue ball's going to be travelling miles here.
It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions, this. Well, he's not even taking it on.
Wow, that's really controlled from Ollie. It really is.
Ronan's going to have a go at this double. He's going to play it at a nice pace, you feel. He's tried to play the cross double, hasn't he? The back double behind the yellow into the bigger pocket, and this time Ollie has a far better angle.
Yeah, maybe part of his thinking was there, if he gets the red in amongst the yellow, might knock the yellow safe, might knock it in, he wouldn't leave the 8-ball on. So yeah, it was a fascinating end to that frame. Ronan will be kicking himself that he hasn't won it and got himself 4-2 in, well, won the match 4-2. Now we're going the distance.
Yeah, Simon, it looked odds against for Ollie to win that frame after missing the yellow down into the bottom right hand pocket. But we are here. Very little time left on the match clock. And we're in for a decider. Or possibly a 6-red shootout. Handshakes completed. And the breaking in this match has been of the highest order. It's just been very, very good. Ronan will be hoping that pattern continues, as winning the lag will give him first opportunity in this deciding frame for a place in the last 16.
Oh, cue ball. The cue ball falls in. And what has he left?
Yeah, can count himself very unlucky. Has that run of luck come to an end? Because that cue ball should have been nowhere near that middle pocket, but it's been kicked once and kicked twice and just falls in the centre pocket. So first opportunity going to the man from Yeovil.
Next match on table 7, Chloe Payne, Gerald Dixon, Dickinson, sorry. Chloe Payne, Gerald Dickinson.
These reds are not easy though, Simon.
On table 9,
Far from easy.
No, I think the 6-red is a real possibility now. 2 minutes 25. Just quickly, I'm not sure we mentioned it, with all the drama going on here, Harriet Haynes did win that deciding frame over Jane Mitchell. She goes into the last 16.
Congratulations, Harriet. Difficult this, because it is looking like 6-red shootout is going to be the most likely outcome.
Ollie's got a better chance of a finish, and what he needs to try and do is give himself try, even if it's a 1 in 20, try and give himself a chance of a finish when he knows he can't be counter-finished.
Yeah, absolutely right. Time it when, you know, you've got about a minute and a half, then go for it. And as long as you get deep into the finish, you shouldn't leave enough space for Ronan, but it's actually Ronan that's going to be pushing the boat out.
I think Ronan may be thinking, I don't know if the yellow by the 8-ball doubles. If it does, he was probably thinking if he can get these out, he could maybe get himself down to that double and leave it as a last shot.
Wow. This is Ollie's chance. Has he got anything on? I don't think he has. I don't think he's got a shot on here.
Long plant.
I mean, you've got to go for something. Obviously, don't risk knocking that 8-ball in. It's very close to the middle pocket.
Long plant it is. It's not going to drop.
It's not going to drop.
Is there time for Ronan? 57 seconds. I guess if the double goes in, maybe. No, I think he's going to accept the 6 red here.
Yeah, I feel the angle he's got on this double is very close to a double kiss. If he misses this, he'll miss it top side. Wow. What happened there? Has he fluked it? Oh my!
Wow.
Look at this. Now he's got a chance. 37 seconds. The look of the Irish. Can he really do this? This will be incredible.
That yellow that he's just gone by is hard. It's hard to pot that anywhere.
Yeah, and it doesn't pass into the centre pocket here, Simon.
Off the yellow. If the red looks a little high.
Whoa,
Oh, it's in.
Look at this. An incredible effort. A double up into the corner.
It's a foul.
Was it? Oh, the
Yeah.
red was still moving. Yeah. It's a 6-red shootout. What drama at the end of that match. Who will you put favourite here, Simon? Because Ollie's by far the quicker player. Ollie.
Yeah, Ronan's got some history in the 6-red, but I have to say, this double. Well, not the double. Look at it. I mean, it's one of the most amazing flicks we have ever seen, and he just wasn't quite able to put the finishing touch. That would have hurt Ollie in a big way. Ollie will feel like he had the better chance potentially for a quick finish. If that fluke hadn't have gone in, Ollie would have had a real genuine chance to finish it. So actually the fluke did still have a major impact in that frame. But we are going the distance. We are going to a 6-red shootout. And David, to answer your question, yeah, Ronan, we've seen him in some high-profile shootouts lately. He's had success in his individual. He's never lost an individual one, but he's lost the pairs ones. But what I will say is we haven't seen a good time from Ronan. We've seen those sort of 30-second times. We've not seen him stick in a 25, and I think against Ollie Bale, he's going to need something around that.
For me, Ollie goes in favourite. He really does. He's by far the quicker player. Very, very comfortable playing at great speeds, far faster than you'd say 90% of the professional players out there. Yes, Ronan's the man in form. It will all come down to that break. But we do have our super ref racking the 6-reds up. The man who seems to be able to get them tighter than any other player. All right, Rich, over to you.
So if you've not seen a 6-red, just run through the details. Both players are going to have a go at 6-reds on the table. Quickest to clear will be the winner of this match. A couple of things to note. If the balls are still in motion, as long as the object ball and your cue ball are stationary, then you can play the next shot, which is different to a normal frame of pool. We've seen plenty of these, and I think at this level, I think you're going to need to be in the mid-20s. Certainly the quickest time we have seen, 15:09 by the buzzer, Brian Halcrow. I think Ollie Bale's the sort of player that could certainly compete with that. I really do.
I was just about to say that. He is definitely a contender for someone that could beat that time. Will we see it here? Players will lag off shortly to determine who gets the choice of playing first or second.
Be fascinating to see if Ollie wins the lag, what he decides to do, actually. I really would. I think Ronan, if he wins the lag, will go second. I'm sure of that. But Ollie, it wouldn't surprise him if he went first to put the pressure on. But with it being against Ronan, I think maybe he'll have known Ronan's times. Maybe he'll be thinking, okay, let Ronan go first, and and then back yourself to beat 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can see your thought processes there. And if you are Ollie, I think against another player, he may choose to go first. But against Ronan, he may just think he knows that Ronan isn't the quickest. I'll put him in. We'll see. Have they already done the lag? Did we miss it? Was it just during that little break? Because we're racking up the 6 reds here. Yeah, just getting confirmation. Ronan did win the lag and has put Ollie in first. But I don't think Ollie will mind that, Simon, will he?
No, I think secretly, I think he won't be too disappointed about that because, as I say, it wouldn't. I think he probably would have gone second. I think that probably would have been the right call for him. But it would have been half a mind to say, "Come on, I know what I can do. Let's go first and put Ronan right under it." And now he has that opportunity.
Interestingly, he's breaking from a more central position. We see a lot of players move that cue ball out to the side. So here we go.
Good break if this goes in the middle. If not, he's going to have to waste a shot. Oh, he's made it. That is a huge, huge pot in the middle.
Yeah, that little fluke, because I don't think he played the double kiss. The 2 cannons is going to make this a quick time.
Yeah, clean pot, and it's a great time. Brilliant.
Very, very good. Time on our screen, 23.03. We always say anything under 25 is competitive. Ronan is about to have his work cut out. We will get the official time.
That was very clever from Ollie. He knew he didn't have a pot on in the middle, but he wanted to open everything up. And actually, in doing so, he did fluke one into the middle, which was massive for him. It was huge. It meant it was a shot less he had to play. But the key there, after opening everything up, he made every single pot. He didn't miss a pot, and that's what you have to do. Going first, 6 clean pots, set a mid 20 times.
Yeah, I felt maybe we did him a little bit of injustice there. I hope we do get to see that 6 red shootout again at some point, because the first red, you're absolutely correct, helped him get a fast time under 25 seconds, and he played the red into 1 red, off another red, and then dropped in the middle. And I said I don't think he played that because he was already moving around the table, but you just never know with Ollie.
He probably knew it was going to go close, but it wasn't one of those that you, like a big shot you've worked out or anything. It was just a case of opening the balls up. Have to hit it firm enough to hit a cushion in that situation. So, you know, he did have to take a little bit of a risk the way he played it, but fantastic time.
So there you can see it on your screens, 22.81 to beat.
Oh, what a break. This is very doable for Ronan.
Needs not to miss. He's going to be running all the way around the table here.
This is going to be close.
It's going to be very, very close. Oh, he's missed. He just didn't get down on that red properly, and it has cost him a place in the last 16, Simon.
Yeah, what a match. And what a run, let's say that. What a run for Ronan McCarthy. His great run does come to an end, and it comes to an end thanks to a 6 red shootout by Ollie, Bale. 2 great players putting on a show for us, though. That was an absolutely fantastic bit of drama. But it is Ollie, Bale that gets over the line via the 6 red shootout. He moves into the last 16 of the Ultimate Pool mini-series seniors event. We're going to get a few words with him after the break. Till we clear. I'm with Ollie Bale, the winner of our last match via 6 red shootout. What drama that was, Ollie. I mean, that was incredible to watch. What was that like to be part of?
To be honest, it was. I was excited inside, but I just enjoyed it. The 6 red shootout. I thought just try and pop my balls as naturally as I can and try not to miss one. Really.
I mean, let's deal with the 6 red shootout first. It was a cracking time you put in to start with. It felt like it could have been ultra quick, but you kind of made sure of a real nice early 20s time. When you made the ball in the middle, when you were sort of opening them up, it sort of looked like it was on for maybe even sub 20.
Yeah, I got quite a bit lucky on that one into the centre because as they haven't actually broke for me, and I always look for the one into the centre first, and it was like it didn't actually go, and I've got a bit lucky, to be honest, on that first red going in.
With Ronan, we've seen him in a few high-profile 6 red shootouts lately, but in individual play he's been setting about 30 seconds. Did you think when you set 22 that you'd be in comfortable shape? But also when he broke them open, because that was a perfect break from Ronan.
Well, it was, and no disrespect to Ronan, he's a very steady player. But, I'm thinking, once I've got that time, I'm thinking, I've got a great chance here. And then he's opened them up, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness. I'm thinking, so he's basically, if he didn't miss one in the corner, I think he'd have pinched it.
Yeah, was that 22 seconds of torture?
Yeah, it was really.
So, talk to me about the match itself. You obviously go behind. It looked like you're queuing well, but just the odd error, and he looked like he was just going to go ahead and sort of get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I've had chances in this match, and I'm letting myself down on a certain shot, which everywhere else I'm not doing. But when it comes to the big events, I'm just seem to be like chucking a bad shot in, which ain't in my makeup at home. So it's hard to make the transaction over, really.
I mean, we've been talking quite a bit over the last few weeks, and you're saying that in practice you are playing as well as ever. You feel like you really are starting to get back to your best, and it's not happening so far in these big events. But now that you've knocked out the man that until now couldn't lose, do you feel like this is the event you could get yourself going with?
Well, I just think this. Maybe all week I've played snooker. I didn't touch a pool table. I just played snooker all week. I didn't want to be sick of seeing a pool table, so I'm practicing 4 or 5 hours a day. So I left pool alone. I played snooker all week, started knocking a lot of breaks, and I thought, well, let's be more exciting coming to the pool table on the weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm just playing every match as it comes, really, and just trying to get my teeth into, not trying to just throw it away and get on the motorway. You know what I mean?
But can you keep your feet on the ground? Like the fact that, obviously because you're working so hard, you come to these with a level of expectation of winning them, and you've just knocked out arguably the hottest player in the world right now, the world champion, the defending champion here. It's still a few matches to go yet, but are you going to try and, is it hard to keep your feet on the ground and to focus next match?
Well, honestly, I just that's what I have to do. This is the problem I've got.
Yeah.
You haven't won the tournament here in that match. Yes, I've knocked out the tournament favourite, but I've got to learn to dig in and play every match as it comes. And in the past, I just maybe blasé and get knocked out the tournament and not really working it enough,
So I guess it's backing up that great performance and that great result.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on a fantastic performance and a fantastic 6 red shootout. We really all did enjoy that one, so thank you, Ollie.
Thank you, Simon.
Let's get on. We've got one more match coming from our afternoon session. It's still morning. Welcome back to Daventry and the Ultimate Pool mini-series. We're going to turn our attention back to the women's section of the competition and a match from the last 16. This is our final match of the morning-afternoon section. Well, it won't be much of a break in between sessions. We'll be back a little bit later on with the quarterfinals onwards. And here we have our last 16. Kirsty Clungston taking on Sharon James. And yeah, I think it's going to take us all a few minutes just to get over what we've just seen, David. It was an incredible match, and first of all, let's just quickly deal with the fact that Ronan McCarthy's run has ended, and let's just put some weight behind that. That's one of the greatest runs we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, and it started how it finished, with a 6-red shootout. Fantastic by Ollie Bale. 22 seconds is a very respectable time, and it's enough to see him through to the last 16. It was an interesting interview with him as well. He's aware of the fact that he's playing so well in practice, but not bringing that perfect form onto the arena table or even the outer tables. But a win over the world champion can do nothing but boost your confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant performance from Ollie, you have to say, but some drama at the end of the match as well. And for me, the big thing is, what are we going to see from Ollie going forward today? Are we going to see him build on that and really fly like he says he is in practice, or is it going to be a big performance to knock out the tournament favourite and the world champion and then go the other way? So I think the next match for Ollie is quite big. He could do with, I think, a little bit of a break, but he won't get much. He'll be straight back on fairly shortly. Very game come thick and fast. Well, I say he'll be on fairly shortly. He's still got to wait because Rob Holt and Lee Kendall haven't yet got underway. So Ollie probably will get 45 minutes to an hour break, which may help him just to calm down and reset. But yeah, be very interested to see how he goes. Turning our attention back to the women's series, and this is the first match from the last 16. We'll run through all the scores from the last 32 shortly. Kirsty Clungston taking on Sharon James, and Sharon will get the first opportunity here.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Sharon before on the stream. Former World Championship runner-up. And we saw her in a quarter-final against Jane Mitchell, who just narrowly lost out to Harriet Haynes this morning. And I remember the match because the first frame, I think, lasted around 18 to 20 minutes. And both players, feeling the nerves, you could say. But once Sharon had managed to get over the line in that first frame, her level came up quite dramatically, and she brought a different level of pool. This time, however, she looks a little bit more comfortable out there, and we've talked about it quite a lot. Just having this experience, that previous experience playing under these conditions, probably doing players like Sharon a world of good, because she does look very sharp in the opening couple of shots.
Bit of a commentator's curse there, but
the curse still at it.
Yeah. I think there's no doubt that Sharon, on certainly CV alone, will come into this as the favourite. Kirsty played some good stuff though, coming through her group with 2 wins from her 3 matches. And the player she lost out to was Vicky Lomax, who we saw earlier on this morning in action. And then a good victory against Sarah Trudgett first thing this morning for Kirsty. Sarah was in good form yesterday, so must be playing some good stuff throughout the weekend. We haven't seen a lot of her, as you say.
Well, she's got a good opportunity here for the counter clearance. Not feeling comfortable. Not sure why. she's ended up, she had a bit of margin for error there, but she's probably landed about as badly as she could. She's obviously still on this yellow. Couldn't play just, well, she could have played that with top and come off the bottom cushion and back up again. Choosing to screw. The downside to that is she's left a little bit more distance for this pot. She'll be looking to hold that cue ball off the red. And has done so. This is a little bit tricky though. This yellow does pass the other yellow, but when you've got a ball to play an object ball past, it can just play on your mind a little bit. Big shot in the opening frame, and it does push it to the far jaw. Can Sharon capitalise? Taking out the reds quite well. Left herself a little bit in between here. Obviously can't take it to the corner. It's a little bit thin to the middle. But no problems. Deposited nicely. 1-0. Race to 4.
Yeah, race to 4, 30 minutes on that match clock. Used up 5 for that first frame. Sharon James gets it on the board. She had a very good win earlier on this morning, 4-0, but she didn't have the best of group stages. But a great CV for Sharon. Former European champion, former national champion. She's been in the World Championship final. She looked, when we saw her early on this week, we saw her on the stream earlier, she looked like she was cueing really well, looking really positive, actually running around the table, the quickest I've ever seen her play. But she actually didn't play particularly well, as in she made the odd mistake towards the end of finishes when she was looking good. It was wasn't a polished performance by any means, but certainly looked like she was cueing well enough that she could, if she found some form. But she went on and lost two other matches in the group stages, and was in the end fairly fortunate to come through to the main event.
Yeah, we've only got a small snippet of her playing capabilities, but certainly from what I've seen, confidence plays a massive part. Won't be happy with that split. In fact, I think it may have been an illegal break.
I'm sure it was.
I can see the referee coming forward.
I think there's only one ball goes past her. Yeah, it is completely. There's a 3-point rule in ball, and you have to have a combination of 3 balls potted, or sorry, a point per ball potted, a point per pull past the centre line, and there was a 1 point scored out of 3 there, so that's a foul break, and it will be over to Kirsty, who will essentially have 2 breaks on the trot.
These things unfortunately happen. Kirsty Clugston will not mind. And a much better split on the pack. However, Sharon will not be punished. She will come back to the table.
Not a very inviting layout for Sharon James to go at. It's just going to try and slam into the bunch and open things up. That has gone wrong.
Foul, ball in hand.
Yeah, she's done well to find a path for the cue ball here. Just look at this. Accelerating into the corner.
is played on table 19, Jamie Arcus Savari, Jamie Arcus, table 19. On table 20.
And early on in this match, this just seems like a big frame. They always do when the balls go tactical, because that match clock does not stop ticking down. Yeah, that shot wasn't on at that pace. The harder you hit a shot, the further the cue ball throws wide. Because she's hit it so hard, she's missed the 8 ball completely. And the cue ball, once again for the second time in this frame, has found its way into a pocket. Playing it with topspin, but that topspin only takes effect after a couple of seconds.
Looks like this frame is going to take a little bit of working out, so let's have a run through some of the latest scores. Jodie Allen and Lisa Fitter are the only match still going in the last 32, currently 3-3 deciding frame there. Lucy Smith completed victory 4-0 over Selena Markovic. Alicia Dodd completed victory 4-2 over Maddie Wilkinson. Mary Cunningham 1-4-1 over Frankie Rogers. Leanne Pearce 4-0 over Frank Colbert. She'll now play Vicky Lomax, who we saw win earlier on the TV table. Does mean, as we look through the last 16 draw, this is right at the top of the draw. The winner of this match will play the winner of Jodie Holt and Amy Beecham, 4-time world champion. One of the big hitters in the ladies' game. She'll be going out against Jodie very shortly in the outer arena. Mika Rooney will play Ashley Dinsmore. Nikki Comrie will take on Emma Cunningham. Harriet Hames, who came through a deciding frame, will take on the winner of Jodie Allen and Lisa Fitter. Kirsty Lee Davis will play Lucy Smith. Alicia Dodd is taking on Mary Cunningham. Leanne Pearce will play Vicky Lomax, as I've already mentioned.
Yeah, some enticing lineups in the last 16 there, Simon. And well done to Emma's sister, getting through to the last 16.
What a nickname that is. Yeah, good lineup. As you say, the big favourites for the tournament are still in. They've had their challenges along the way. Both Emma and Harriet were pushed. Amy came through fairly comfortably this morning.
I think I would quite like to see Kirsty Lee Davis match up against Lucy Smith, but I don't get to pick, unfortunately. The treble up into the corner. It's not there.
A chance for Sharon to make it 2-0. She may not look to do this in one visit. The yellow above the right centre pocket is awkward.
Yeah, no need to rush this finish for Sharon. She can take her time. That red has settled in a nice safe position, taking any pressure away. Has got, like you say, a major problem up at that yellow, which is resting near the right centre pocket. I don't think it cuts in, so it's going to have to be played long or for a double. Looks like she's certainly going game here, though. That's okay. I thought she may have played around the back of the yellow. Would have given her a nicer angle on a choice of 2 balls. Now she's looking at the double. Very close, but like I previously mentioned, she's never going to leave anything easy. Has got a shot on. The back double down into the bottom left hand corner as we look at the screens is on. It's high tariff. Cue ball should be okay. Wow. I'm surprised by that, Simon. I really, really am. I can't think of a reason why not to take that on full-bloodedly.
Yeah, I guess the argument is she wanted to make sure the cue ball stayed above the yellow at the top of the table and put pressure on a pot for Sharon. But Sharon will find this quite inviting. Oh, she's going to get away with it. I missed that by a long way.
Well, I think she may have even snookered Sharon with the yellow. But kissing it, let's put it into a safe position. Playing the player a little bit there, possibly, Kirsty?
Yeah, maybe. Certainly playing the percentages, or what she thinks are the percentages. Maybe her final shot in this frame, so Sharon will certainly feel like it should be.
Gone a little bit awry with the cue ball, but she's still okay here. Can play us to the centre or the corner. Nicely done. And a simple screw back shot to double her lead.
Yeah, 2-0 it is for Sharon James, halfway to the 4 required. Just update you that Jodie Allen and Lisa Fitter are still in their deciding frame, the only match from the last 32. So let's go into the seniors and see what is happening there. They're at the last 32 stage, as we have a quick look at Kirsty's bio as well. And part of the team winning the national champions, county player, tour winner as well. A nice CV, but you'd feel like it would be a big step up for her to take down this title. But looking into the seniors, to update you with some of the scores, Keith Brewer and Vic Mack are currently in a deciding frame in the last 32, 3-3 there. The winner of that match will play Graham Whitten, who has come through his own deciding frame. Good victory, that one, 4-3 over Dave Arnold. Andy Appleton will take on Darren Childs. Andy had a win over Andy Esgrove. Darren Childs 4-3 over Mark Golfer. And then there's a whole bunch of matches have just gone on, including Jason Twist versus Simon Rivers, Cameron Tolley versus Ian Duffy, Dave Neary versus Andrew Cross, Javinder Singh taking on Shane Boulding, Stu Jones and Stan Mack, Neil Toms and Steve Singh, Partap Singh and Paul Vant.
And as we've come to expect with the mini-series and the seniors, there's no whitewashes currently in the last 32. All these matches going pretty close. Back to this match, however, and Sharon James has a chance to get to 3.
Great chance this, isn't it?
It really is. This really is breaking the back of the match. Everything's there. Just got to watch your cue ball, mind your work.
Yeah, it's gone a shade too far there, but just have to swing it through the gaps here. Middle of the table was perfect. Just have to avoid the reds on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Simon, that is the natural angle into the reds, or is it just going to come inside now? She's played it with a touch of right-hand side anyway. How is her cue ball?
It's not great. She's overhit the shot quite significant for me. Middle of the table is where you tried to get to there, and with the bump on the red, it would have reached all the way to the bottom end of the table without that bump. So just let that run a little bit loose.
Nothing to do here, though. Can she just drop this in? Wow. Played it confidently with running the cue ball off the side cushion, but the pot isn't there.
We have a result in the Jodie Allen-Lisa Fitter match. Lisa has got the victory in that deciding frame, and we'll move on to take on Harriet Haynes in the last 16.
Tricky little finish here for Kirsty. She can play this one and move the cue ball up to the top of the table. And I think the inside of the 2 reds on the right side of the table, she can actually drop that one into the centre, and she'll have a couple of balls up the rail to try and put her first frame on the board. Looks like she's opted to go into it, and I didn't like that shot choice. I'm just going to put it out there. I think that ball passed into the centre. It might not have done. It looked cleanly for me. Don't move a ball unless you have to. Is the standard tactic from our very best in the game. But she had a better view than me, Simon. Maybe it didn't go.
Yeah, I wonder whether she was trying to get both off the cushion and make it a lot easier as it's come out. She still has to make 2 on the cushion. It could have come out worse. It could have come out better. I think she'd have taken it. It's now down to the queuing.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the shot choice, she's still given herself a good opportunity. This is tricky. Very well cued, though. Can take either ball. I think the one over on the left, because don't have to do anything at all with the cue ball here. Will take a natural path and come into the window between the yellow and the 8 ball. And it's been a good finish.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 2 balls down the rail, really well cued, and okay, finishing touches required, but up till now been absolutely perfect.
Matches, a lot of the time, they only tend to get going once both players have a frame on the board. Will this be the case? Right here, as she does just that.
Yeah, excellent from Kirsty. It looked like Sharon was going to take out the first visit finish, but missed or let the cue ball just run loose and forced the miss. But counter clearance from Kirsty is fantastic and real settler into the match. Plenty of time to turn it round for her. Still all square in the deciding frame between Keith Brewer and Vic Mack. 3-3 there. Jason Twist has lost the first frame to Simon Rivers. Any other scores happening? Shane Boulding has gone 1-0 up over Surinder Singh. Stan Mack 1-0 up over Stu Jones. And Steve Singh 1-0 up over Neil Toms. All the other matches currently 0-0. Dylan Leary's just got his knockout campaign underway over Marvin Nesta. Dylan had a walkover win this morning as Alan Mitchell had to leave for family reasons.
Dylan Leary will be one of the players relieved to hear, I'm sure, about Ronan's exit. He did the same at the last mini-series. I'm pretty sure in saying he went unbeaten in his group, then ran into Ronan very early doors, losing 4-1. He is now, I think, the bookies' favourite at least to take down this weekend's title. There'll be a lot trying to stop it though. Stop him though.
Ball's just not breaking on Sharon's brakes at all. Another messy layout here.
Surprised she's taking these on. There's an awful lot of problems here. Has got another attacking option. Can play the shallow down into the bottom right hand pocket. Try and disturb something, but where that 8 ball is, it's risky. Good clean pot. Can she squeeze this yellow in behind the 8 ball?
I think she can. I think the one in the middle of the 3 reds is still a problem. Yeah, now pulls back.
Sharon with the lead in the match, so she'll be the least likely, you would think, to want to take on a finish of low percentage. It's Kirsty that's going to want to push the boat out as that clock ticks down. Only a minute remaining at 30 seconds per shot.
Yeah, Kirsty's safety shot has just put herself in trouble because that was the easiest little snooker for Sharon, and Kirsty was purposely leaving the ball there. So a bit of a tactical error from Kirsty. And this is going to be a foul. have to hit a cushion after contact. Pace she played it at. I couldn't see how she couldn't foul. Especially if she's just nudged that yellow on into the right centre pocket. Makes this a lovely chance for Sharon. Yellow passes the 8 ball to the bottom corner.
Just sneaks in. Brushing near jaw.
Strange shot from Sharon.
Yeah, because not left herself a lot to go at.
Table 6, Trevor Clark, Neil Davey, Trevor Clark, Neil Davey, table 6.
That's okay though. She's in control of frame number 4. Combination shot. No. Probably would have left the other yellow over the pocket and not got any advantage, so leaving it for now. She's going to have to deal with that area of the table at some point though.
I felt that was an opportunity to pop one and fly into it and maybe without a huge amount of control and make it happen.
Interestingly, seems to have just picked up the pace. A little bit of panic maybe over the 15-second shot clock.
Yeah, we're not hearing the beeps, and it's 15 seconds a shot.
No, she's almost, you'd say, rushing. Fantastic effort that. Really, really good. Unfortunately though, no luck at her last red. And this is also going to be ball in hand for Sharon James.
Yeah, what do you do here? Yellow at the top. Well, she's going to play the plant. I think keep ball in hand, I'd get rid of the yellow at the top. You do have to then play a positional shot from the one over the pocket to the other one at the bottom, so I can see the reason why she's not. But if you're going to go the way she's gone, for me, you have to stun up a little bit closer to the middle pocket, just to make this a bit more of a guaranteed pot. But good enough to knock it in anyway.
Played that yellow at just the right pace. Gave her a bigger margin for error. Always tricky though, playing position. The ball's in the pocket and we're seeing just that. Full ball snookered. Would you believe it? Well, that will hand a golden opportunity to Kirsty Cluxton to level us up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, just a loose one getting onto the 8 ball there. Potted it too thin. It's never easy when the ball's right over the pocket to get good position, but just put herself in a horrible position for that 8 ball. And we are all square with 7 minutes left on the clock. Fascinating frames. Let's go back into the seniors, see if there's any big movements. Shane Boulding has gone 3-0 up over Surinder Singh, who knocked out Andy Lucas in the previous round in a deciding frame, and looks like he's going to come up short here, barring a big turnaround. No change in adjacent twist. Simon Rivers' score still 1-0 to Simon. Cameron Tolley still 1-0 down to Ian Duffy. Rob Holt and Lee Kendall have just gone on. The winner of that will play Ollie Bale, who has ended Ronan McCarthy's run. Knocked him out 4 frames to 3 via a 6-red shootout.
Obviously, I know you had Andy Lucas as your pick. Who was Scott's pick for the weekend?
Gone for Jason Twist. Currently 1-0 down to Simon Rivers.
I do like that pick though. Jason has looked very, very good this weekend.
He certainly has. You just feel that Jason, he's such a brilliant player, legend of the game, multiple-time world champion, won everything there is to win. Obviously, walking away from the game at the sort of elite level a while ago now, but he's still playing. He still plays plenty of seniors events. It's just we haven't seen a huge amount of him with Ultimate Pool, and you just felt that last time out was a good entrance into Ultimate Pool stuff, and he was going to be stronger for it.
I'd like to point out that both of my picks are still in, well and truly in. Although you're not allowed 2. I know that's what you're going to tell
Well,
me,
you can't
aren't
have
you?
2, no.
No, fair enough. If they're both in the final, though, you'll be reminded of it.
Yeah, but you get the freedom of having 2. Game doesn't work that way.
Nobody, and I repeat, nobody wants to see me swimming in Blackpool.
Sharon just running into trouble with her opportunity. Not the worst outcome there for her, actually. Yellow at the top of the table gives her a foothold in the frame, because that yellow at the top is awkward. Oh, that was nearly a great shot. Nearly got the yellow to the right-hand side of that red. It still might sneak in off the jaw and open that up later on in the visit. Kirsty certainly looks more at home at 15 seconds a shot.
Just slowed down a little bit compared to the last frame, and it seems to be having a positive effect. She almost looked like she was rushing. This time, just taking that extra couple of seconds.
I think she's still flying.
Wow, she's still going quick. We're not hearing beats, but it just looked extremely rushed last time. We've seen it with a lot of players though, Simon. It can go one way or the other. Sometimes it improves. Unfortunately, that's the downside to playing a little bit quicker.
That was another brilliant visit to the table for Kirsty. She'd done all the hard work. That wasn't easy. They were all clustered together. She dealt with the problem at the top of the table, and she was flying. And the finish on the back, the previous frame, it looked like she was really found a rhythm, and a really disappointing miss into the middle pocket, you have to say.
How comfortable is her cue in here? Looks okay. To be positive, and is. Count herself a little bit unfortunate. Has got this red into the centre pocket, but will be leaving distance between cue ball and 8.
What a reaction. She knew it straight away.
Do not rush this shot, Kirsty. Set yourself up properly. You still have an extension if you want it.
Oh, it's a dicey 8 ball. Just finished in an awkward place. She'll be happy enough to have it, but
she was a bit quick. She's digging down again on this 8.
It's getting tough out there.
Can count herself a tad fortunate yet again. Look where the red's landed. Sharon showing a little bit of experience there.
You do get the sense the winner of this frame now with 3 minutes left on the clock is going to be a huge advantage and possibly win the match from this frame.
Cue ball. Managed to make contact with the 8, but unfortunately the cue ball has gifted this 5th frame in Sharon James's direction.
Sharon James gets herself back in front at the right time. 2 minutes 30 seconds left on the match clock. And it's going to take some finish with 2 minutes 29 on the clock to get this to a 6 red shootout. Sharon, if she gets an opportunity, will just be able to play clock, let the match run out and move on to the next round, move on to the quarterfinals. No scores across the rest of the last 16. They've only just gone on in the women's series. Mika Rooney and Ashley Dinsmore Nikki Comrie and Emma Cunningham, Harriet Haynes and Lisa Fitter, they've all just gone on. To remind you, we will be taking a break after this match, but we will be back for action from the quarterfinals onwards.
Yeah, only a short break. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. Kirsty in need of a chance. But that's quite possibly the best break of the match so far, and it's come at the worst time for Kirsty. Sharon can run the clock down here by putting 4 or 5 balls and leaving not enough time for a counter clearance from Kirsty.
Yellow balls in play.
Keeper off the table for, you'd say, a minute, just over, and that should be job done for Sharon.
Just goes awkward.
This
Just goes awkward. Will there be a twist? Will Kirsty get a chance for a 45-second counter clearance?
Well, I was going to say we were going to see the spider out. She's done well there. That wasn't easy at all. Just make sure this pot, take the full 15 seconds. Should be using your extension here as well, Sharon.
No bother
Spot
if you make the clearance.
Well, I suppose so. Does miss the 8, but it should be irrelevant.
Get your skates on here. 42 seconds. It's doable. It is doable here. Could have done with getting that one by the 8 ball out the way first after the first shot. Didn't quite come far enough the table, but there's still enough time. But that will ice it.
A mixed performance from both players, but it's Sharon James who comes out victorious by 4 frames to 2. She will move on, and Simon and myself will be back at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.